Just a short anecdote that I would like to share with everyone in here. On my way driving here, because we are maybe 30 minutes or so late. Here I am driving from Johannesburg. I'm rushing to come here. Driving, oh yeah, driving, I see driving. Then I got stopped. Dr. Munaring and Rahadi P had been calling me to say, how far are you? Are you driving from Polokwane or are you driving from Johannesburg? And I said, I'm driving from Johannesburg. I said, hey, we are almost late, man. Then I step on it. Pow. I got stopped right here when I was approaching Pretoria. I got stopped by the cops. I'm doing what? 120 kilometers? And the zone was 80. The guy stops and says, yes, sir. He's referring to me. He says, yes, sir, to me. Well, I'm dressed to the sir part in any case. He says, what are you in a hurry for? No, I'm rushing to Unisa. The name Unisa is supposed to do wonders. And the guy says, okay, all right. So this is 80 kilometer zone and you're driving 120. I said, yeah, I'm sorry, man. It will never happen again. It's just that I'm in a hurry. This is supposed to start, but we are a bit behind on schedule. And he says, yeah, I see. So what are you saying? And I say, I'm sorry. He said, yeah, I understand. You know, the fine here. Then he starts reading out the fine. For 120 at the 80 zone, this is how much you could be paid. I said, oh, yeah. I'm sorry, man. I'm really sorry. And we are chowing so much time. We're eating so much time as we are just talking here. I could be driving. So what do you... He said, no. What are you saying? He asked me, what am I saying? So we must have spent about 10, 15 minutes. As far as I understood it, we were talking. And he kept asking me, what are you saying? Please, Pretoria people, help me. I thought we were communicating. And I only got to learn about it later that actually we were not communicating. What was I supposed to have said? Okay. Thank you so much once again. But yeah, that is the story of my life this morning. Without any further ado, let's call upon Rahadi MD Maganu to officially render this opened. Okay, because I know she's not in here, so we're supposed to be beaming her over here. Are we technically okay to... Are we winning? Or should we somehow wing it? Maybe we can jump that item and go to the second one, where we request Dr. Munaring to introduce the keynote speaker for today. And I don't think it will be an injustice to later come back and officially render this open. So.
Is Dr. Mahatukulu?
My bad. My apologies. This is going to be Dr. Makgatu Kuno. Let's give Dr. Makgatu Kuno a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Abshen. Raluch. Tobe. Good morning. Goeiemorgen. Wakamudiro. I think you signed everything. Wakamudiro ko mukhutswane kudu ki tlo tsebisha seboledi sa letšatši. On the program, bari kutibisiwa kashi shibulaburi shasuku by myself. Professor Paul Banahini Ajay is an associate professor and interim associate vice president, Indigenous research at Memorial Service of Newfoundland in Canada. He holds an undergraduate degree in social work from the University of Ghana and earned his master's and PhD degrees in social justice education from the University of Toronto. He's an award-winning scholar and educator specializing in social justice, anti-Black racism, critical race theory, critical whiteness studies, anti-colonial theory, and indigenization. Drawing on his African indigeneity, Prof. Ajay develops innovative approaches for social work, education, and actively contributes to research on racism, equity, and inclusion. Prof. Ajay has extensive experience in academic leadership, having served as Dean of the School of Social Work at Memorial University. He is deeply involved in Indigenous research initiatives, ethical research practices related to Indigenous groups and community building through various advisory committees and cultural organizations. He is also recognized for his public speaking, training, and advocacy work on anti-racism, providing training to government agencies and community groups. His scholarly contributions include numerous peer-reviewed essays, book chapters, and presentations at national and international conferences. Professor Ajay's work centers on challenging colonial hegemonic knowledge and promoting critical thinking in academic and social context while advancing the integration and adaptation experiences of racialized immigrants in North America. That's Prof. Paul Banahini Ajay. Thank you.
Is this the right presentation? Okay, can you see? You want to save it on the top? Yeah, it's okay, it's appearing. Okay. You can go to the Thank you very much, Dr. Mahatukuno. I thought you said you were going to do a summary, introduction. Good morning. As it has always been my customary practice, anywhere I go, I start my conversation with a land acknowledgement. So I recognize that I am a guest to the ancestral homes of the Khoisan people. I'm grateful to elders of this land for granting me access to the land, and I seek their permission to speak with humility and forgiveness if I speak out of turn. I also pay homage to our African ancestors, some of whom suffered the crime and dehumanization of the Middle Passage and enslavement in Canada, the United States, South Africa, the Caribbean, and Arab world. I call on their names and insist that their history written in blood cannot be erased by lies written in ink. Their sufferings, struggles, and sacrifices created a path for us, the living, and I honor their memories. As students, researchers, and educators, we carry what Kobna Mesa calls the burden of representation. And we must never shy away from our responsibilities of carrying the voices of our African ancestors and elders. The late Maya Angelou talks about how we Africans bear the gifts of our ancestors. Our thoughts, words, knowledge, and values are gifts passed down by them through the teachings of elders to our generation. And history and ancestors will not forgive us if we fail to honor their memories by using their teachings to create a better tomorrow. And as it has also been a cultural practice in indigenous communities, whenever a visitor locates themselves, when they acknowledge the land, they must also locate themselves. I am an Asante. Asante comes from two words, Asa, war, Inti, because of. So Asante means people who came together because of war. I come from a community called Asokori of the New Drabin traditional area, which is presently called Koforidua in the eastern region of Ghana. I am also from Bretuo clan, which is among the 9 clans among the Asante people. And my spirit animal, what others call it the totem, is the leopard. And the elders' teachings associated with the leopard is bravery and unpredictability, a quality that I realize that occasionally it gets me into trouble, but that is fine. As a Bretuo client, I remember and I've been told that I cannot be timid and must be courageous in the pursuit of my conviction. I'm most grateful to Dr. Monarin for the warm invitation and also the reception. And Judith Kosa, also thank you for arranging my travel. I think that you made the trip very easier. Earlier on, I was telling Dr. Morin that I felt I was returning home because of all the effort that was put in. What I'm hoping to engage us in this conversation today, in what I have titled The Unfinished Project, the reconstruction of the Ivory Tower of Babel, and the politics of refusal. I'm hoping that by the end of this conversation, we will be able to understand why it is very important to understand the ongoing project of the colonial Babel that continue to emerge in our everyday conversation. I am also very much aware about historically how this ideology has been used by some people to support apartheid regime. I am very much aware of this history. But I'm inviting us to take a different gaze in this conversation and how it is very relevant in what we are hoping to engage today. So what is the Tower of Babel? And again, when you see a series of scriptures, I'm not here to preach, so please forgive me, but I felt it is very important for us to use it as a segue to our conversation. The Judeo-Christian tradition contains an theological myth that explains the origin of the diversities of languages in the world. The story, which is recorded in Genesis chapter 11, verse 1 to 9, explains that at the beginning, the whole world had one language and a common speech. The humanity devised a plan to build a tower closer to heavens, to make a name for themselves, and resist divine agenda of dispersing humanity across the globe. The gods, realizing the devious thought of humanity, introduced multilingualism to restrain humanity. There are other versions that equally also account for the basis of multilingualism. The Aztec mythology contains a narrative of a great flood which destroyed humanity and a few that were saved in an ark. And one of the 7 giants who was saved, his name is Jesua, they decided to build a tower which would reach to the sky to find refuge in case of another great flood. In consequences, it infuriated the gods, and they cast fire from heaven upon the pyramid and killed many of the workmen. There is also the story of the pre-Christian Armenian tradition in which the world was inhabited by proud and envious giant who forms a godless resolve to build a high tower. But while they were engaged on the undertaking, a fearful wind overthrew them, which the wrath of God has sent against it, and unknown words were at the same time blown among them, and that resulted in confusion and strife. That is also another mythology that has been given. But for the purpose of this conversation, I am working with the Judeo-Christian tradition. From the stories of the Tower of Babel, there are 3 important lessons that is very important here. The first lesson is that multilingualism is a symbolic reminder of a divine pushback for preposterous pride and arrogance of humanity to assert their autonomy while resisting divine plans for creating cultural heterogeneity. As the accounts in the Genesis chapter 11, verse 4 indicate, then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heaven, so that we make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we will be scattered over the face of the whole earth." So we need to understand language pluralism as a divine verdict, a restraining order to prevent humanity's interest to preserve cultural homogeneity. The divine verdict itself is in Genesis 11, 6-7. And the Lord said, "Indeed, the people are one, and they have one language. And this is what they begin to do. Now nothing they propose to do will be withheld from them." And I will come back to this particular phrase or this sentence to show the importance of language and why we shouldn't take the questions or the issues around multilingualism as just a human desire to archive languages. That the one who controls language literally controls everything. The second aspect, or the second lesson, is that language is important not only for the purpose of communication, but also to forge, form, and maintain bonding in society, and to understand the world around us. Divinity interrupted the people's communication power in order to undermine their unified effort to preserve singularity of culture. Therefore, we need to understand multilingualism is a restraining order against any group desire to establish a homogeneous culture. The linguistic Edward maintains that language is not only a vehicle for the expression of thought, perception, sentiment, and values of a community, but also it represents a fundamental expression of social identity and collective bonding. Put it in a different form. Your language of birth is your distinct DNA that connects you to your ancestry, history, and social identity. In fact, your language of birth, which others call it your mother's tongue, is the single most important evidence that your ancestors exist and you are connected to a distinct group. Therefore, any individual, a group, or a collective that are interested in imposing their language on you at the expense of your own language is equally invested in the project of disappearing your ancestry. And this is why we need to take it serious. In an article about politics of identity, Friedman speaks of the importance of existential authenticity of the subject engagement in self. The epistemic knowledge of local subject is embedded in the awareness of the self and one place within the collective. Hence, knowing the self is important in order to appreciate the challenges and the way we respond to them. Since language and issues of identity are powerfully linked, we cannot dismiss the power of indigenous languages and local cultural knowing in shaping our identities and our worldview. In fact, the struggle over identity has serious implications when local people lose their both ontological and epistemological foundation. And the last lesson that we will learn from the story of the Tower of Babel is that the project is an unfinished project. And we need to watch and guard against any human future interest to resurrect the Tower of the Babel. Throughout human history, groups and nations have risen with one sole purpose: to make a name for themselves. Colonization starts with imposition of dominant culture and language on the colonized people. I'm pretty sure you know this quote already. In a meeting with West African leaders in the White House on July 10th, 2025, President Trump asked Liberian President Joseph Boakai about where he learned to speak English. While that question coming from the President of the United States is disappointing, the paradox and ironic nature cannot be ignored. The point is that that statement and the question that was posed is still true. Where did an African leader learn to speak English in that way? Soren Ivan argues that the new common language of today's Tower of Babel is the English language. It is spoken everywhere, officially and unofficially, as a mother tongue or as an international communication language all over the world. And I might say that I am addressing you with English language. In fact, by 1990s, almost 85% of all scientific publications were written in English language. Lujan Garcia also summed up the influence of English language this way: The English language, and I'm quoting, the English language is used to such a degree that it is legitimate to ask ourselves, do we still have to think of it as a foreign language? So how did English language, which in 1603 was spoken by about 7 million of relatively small group of British citizens, become a global language that today is spoken by nearly 2 billion people, and it is now spoken in almost every country of the world? The answer to the question is colonization and the extensive imperial activities of the British Empire, who, as part of its colonization agenda, forced English language on indigenous nations, and in some cases made it the official language in those nations. And we can replace English language with the French language, Spanish, Afrikaans, and Portuguese, and the example is still applicable. Post-independence, the languages of former colonizers still maintain their official and dominant statuses in the colonies. In fact, you can actually tell which European country colonized an African country mostly based on the official languages in those countries. The dominant status of colonizers' language has come also at a cultural, emotional, psychological, psychical, and economic cost to indigenous people and their languages. The indigenous Canadian scholar Marie Baptiste spoke about the erosion of indigenous language as English language continues to dominate indigenous communities in Canada. And I'm quoting, "There are so many things eroding language in our communities. In schools, they are talking more English, and in business affairs, business terminology is in English. People talk English in meetings and functions. All of these things lead to breakdown of a language community. People begin to use English words in their Mi'kmaq dialect and switch back and forth." Cooks describe colonial language as a Trojan horse that once they sneak into indigenous communities, they dictate the nature of social relation in indigenous communities. It is within this context that Richard Day decried what he termed as linguistic genocide in the Guam and North Marianas, as English language is gradually replacing Chamorro in the Guam and the North Marianas in the United States. He concluded that as long as the Marianas remain under the control of the United States, the English language will continue to replace the Chamorro until there are no native speakers left. This has been American policy and practice elsewhere, and there's no reason to believe that Guam and the North Marianas will be exceptions. Penny Cook has also warned that English language poses such a threat to the first language as it is constantly replacing other languages in daily use. The comment of Cook, Day, and Penny Cooks should not be taken lightly. Whereas in the past, many indigenous communities used to speak the colonizers' language as a courtesy to strangers, but now these languages is spoken routinely, and in many indigenous communities, many at times to the detriment of indigenous languages. So today, the colonizers' languages, whether we are talking about English, French, Afrikaans, and Spanish, function as gatekeepers to position of prestige in society. And they have become one of the most powerful means of inclusion and exclusion from further education, employment, and social position. Ngugi wa Thiong'o, the renowned Kenyan writer, recounted the power of English language to determine which citizen in Kenya should stay at the top of social ladder. And I'm quoting, "The main determinant of a child's progress up the ladder of formal education is English language. Nobody could go on to wear the undergraduate red gown, no matter how brilliant they have performed in all the papers, in all other subjects, unless they had a credit, not even a pass in English language. That's the most coveted place in the pyramid and in the system was only available to the holders of English language. English was the official vehicle and the magic formula to colonial elitedom." And I also speak in the case of Ghana, that the standard version of what constitutes superiority and excellence is not the indigenous languages in Ghana, but rather in English language. Your fluency in English language can influence how fast you can climb at the top of the social ladder. And in most cases, to proceed to the university or higher schools, one needs at least credit, which is grade C in English language. This also implies getting employment at the managerial level requires that you need to have not only English language, but you must also demonstrate through the job interview that you can challenge the King of England in his own language. So without the proficiency and fluency in English language, one's pathway to educational success in Ghana is closed. Maria Campbell, a Métis faculty member of the Cree descent in Canada, talked in her book, The Book of Jessica, A Theatrical Transformation, about the struggle she had as a writer using English language. And I'm quoting, "I feel the conqueror, the oppressor, making me use his language, and I knew I would never use it as well as him. And I feel so powerless and think they stole everything, and now we can't just speak anymore. The old language is almost gone, and we don't know the new language. We don't know it well enough to help each other, to heal each other. We are just hanging there in the middle. And I feel him deep down inside, taking things from women, from our people, taking things that we are supposed to give to our babies. His way is power over, and I hate it. Then I think, what is it that I hate? What is it? Is it enough to say they did it to us? They took everything away. What about us? Or did we do it to ourselves?" Unquote. Maria Campbell's and Griffin's reflective words show that English language is not only associated with social, political, and economic sources, but it also influences how we see and understand the world. So now we are looking at the revitalization of indigenous language as a politics of refusal. For some time now, the conversation about Africa's future and the important role of African education to help chart a new path has gained intellectual attention in Africa and the global north. Many scholars rightly put the responsibilities of shaping Africa's future to the doorsteps of the education system in Africa. However, the paradox of tasking the education system in Africa to play a key role in shaping Africa's future could be equated to the metaphor of tasking the lion to guard the game after hunting. Certainly, the lion will ensure that no predators feast on the game, but no one can guarantee that the lion will not devour the game by itself. The point of this metaphor is that the educational system in Africa is equally culpable for the harm done to Africa and its developmental agenda. Nkandiri rightly notes that any crisis of development in Africa is related to the crisis of education. Despite gains made after the political independence in many African countries, the education system in Africa remains an extension of the Tower of Babel, where learners are expected to conform and live with the expectation of whiteness. The school curriculum and the pedagogical practices still legitimize Western values, languages, culture, and worldview. And a case in point, I was born and raised in Ghana, and I grew up admiring and learning from the teachings of elders. I learned through our elders the importance of lands-based teaching, and I was reminded that my ancestors watch over me, and they will not forgive me if I do not put the interests of their communities over my own interests. Long before they started the environmental campaign about protecting the environment and going green, I knew that I cannot, for instance, farm in the virgin forest because those are the habitation of the gods. And I know I couldn't mess up at the river banks because the gods, those are the sacred place of the gods. But then when I enter into the education system, I was reminded that all this knowledge are primitive and have no place in our society. And I realized that the more I spend my time in the education system in Ghana, the more I felt I'm being removed from my community and anything that locates me or grant me in my community. So it's not surprising that the education system that I received gave me little tools to address local problems in my communities. But our African elders says that the one who causes others misfortune also teaches them wisdom. Thus, we have learned through our harmful experience in the education system in Africa, and other critical educators also hold similar view, that Africans' future cannot be simply placed in the hands of the very institution responsible for the present predicament. We also learn from our elders' teaching that achia nensuemuye esen abebuo nyina, which literally means is bent but not broken, is the most important of all proverbs. The proverbs remind us that there is nothing that is too late to amend if people are determined to right the wrong. And I hold similar hope that Africa is capable of offering the corrective path needed to create a new future in Africa. But our elders says that say yedru baby ayahwe asida yetintim, literally translate, we take precaution whenever we reach where we previously slipped and fell. Our elder says that when one stands at the edge of a cliff, any step backwards is progress. And our elder and now our ancestor, Archbishop Desmond Tutu, once said, there comes a time where we need to stop pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream and find out why they are falling in. These words of wisdom shows the importance of not repeating past mistakes. They also show that sometimes stepping backwards to reflect on one's own action before deciding about the future could be the wisest option. A critical introspection is needed. African educators need to identify what and where we got it wrong in African education in order to create a better solution for the way forward. It is within this context that I'm adding my voice to the ongoing conversation about a need for a decolonial and anti-colonial gaze of African education system. And I'm making the case that indigenous languages are epistemic gift to African academy to demolish the ivory tower of Babel. Now, within Asante culture, there is a method of telling a riddle. The process begins with the riddle teller stating, Ejariko Ojamadiebi, meaning when my father was living, he left me something. And the audience will always respond with the same question, What exactly did he leave you? At this point, the riddle teller can start giving clues of helping to help the audience determine the items that were left behind. The import of this riddle is that a departing feather left a secret present, and the speaker is indulging audience in a guess game to identify the present. In the article, What is Hospitality in the Academy, Epistemic Ignorance and the Impossible Gift, Kukani notes that indigenous epistemologies are gifts to the academy. Using gift-giving practices among the Sami people of Norway and Sweden, Kukani notes that gift-giving is an active relationship between human and natural world based on the close interaction of sustaining and renewing the balance between them. The reciprocal relation in gift-giving are not so much about the expectation that receivers will also counter gift to the givers in the latter days, but rather the receivers will actively appreciate and respect the coexisting relationship between themselves and the givers. But here is the catch. A gift once received is not anymore gift. It becomes a burden, an obligation, because you are in the process of doing a guess game. What do I give in return for the giver? Something that Jacqueline Derrida refers to as the impossibility of a gift. I argue that indigenous African languages are epistemic gift to Africanizing the education system. But the epistemic gift should be looked at differently. They require a certain level of response abilities. I call attention to 3 critical actions needed to demolish the emerging Tower of Babel in Africa. The first one is reframing the de- and anti-colonial education. In 1972, at a meeting of Association of African Universities in Accra, a decision was taken to promote a university education that improved the social and economic development of African minds. Despite this vision, the search for a viable educational option for Africa is still dominated by Western culture, values, knowledge, and worldview. The African education system has become a cultural bazaar where Americanization, Europeanization, and Canadianization are competing to lay claim on how African learners need to be educated. And what gets lost in the process are African cultures, our value system, our languages, and our knowledge system. Not surprisingly, our students leave classrooms sometimes with a feeling that they have received limited knowledge to address local problems. An advanced form of Western imperialism in Africa is to seduce African learners into believing that by rejecting our culture, our languages, our worldviews, and our belief system, and embracing that of Europe, we will realize our full humanity. However, we have also learned that one does not use a Zulu dictionary to explain Swahili language. Therefore, decolonization is about one willingness to confront all forms of political, ideological, and socio-economic injustices, inequities, and unfairness that continue to shape the destinies and futures of colonized people. Paulette Reagan, who is a white settler in Canada, talks about the need to unsettling the settlers within us. She argues that white settlers need to deconstruct the myth of white Europeans being superior and representative of everything good, and instead work with indigenous people to restore the dominant version of history that reifies whiteness. There are many paths that exist for subversive act in the education system in Africa, but the key path is grounded and centered on asking new questions about the absences of indigenous African languages in our education system. Ngigi wa Thiong'o, in the book Decolonizing the Mind, strongly calls on African educators to develop and maintain proficiency in African language. Thiong'o based his argument on the fact that the language is central to the way people define themselves in relation to the natural and social environment and even the universe. Language is a epistemic lens through which we see the world and we act within it. Language operates to silence and deny certain experiences, histories, identities, and knowledge systems in the educational system. And there is power in naming, and whoever controls language of naming also possesses the ultimate power to dominate. And here I'm reminded about a story that an indigenous elder in Canada told me. She talked about the fact that she saw a boat growing up as a child. And so she asked her father whether boat is the creation of indigenous people in Canada. And her father told her, if it's in our language, then we own it. I repeat, if the item is in our language, then we own it. But the question is, what happened when we lose the language to name the things that we own? What happened to those things? Fanon speaks about the power. He speaks of the power of language to dominate in the following way. A person who has a language consequently possesses the world, expressed and implied by that language. What we are getting at becomes plain. Mastery of language affords remarkable power. Paul Valery knew this, for he called language, the gods have gone astray in the flesh. In the article Subvention of or Rejection of Imperial Language by the colonized subject, Brown suggests that language has the power to name and therefore construct the lens through which one understands the happenings in each environment or space. Brown therefore sees the literature works done in indigenous languages as having power to decentralize language control, and in so doing dismantling the tower of the Babel project. If language is the medium through which people read, understand, and explain the world around them, then whose word are we articulating as African learners when we use the colonizer's language? Kirkness, a strong advocate for indigenous language in Canada, asks a very important question. What do we lose when we lose our language? The short answer is we lose everything. We lose our existence. If culture lies in the language and language is in culture, then when people lose their languages, they also lose their greetings. They lose their laws. They lose their prayers. They lose their legend stories. They lose their myth. They lose their song. They lose their creative power. In fact, they lose the way they curse, the way they bless, the way they cry. They lose everything. They lose their identity. Kwapron also notes that until and unless we Africans are able to confront realistically in Africa the major issue of language, the essential gateway to any cultural self-expression and authenticity, we will continue to suffer from a severe, debilitating human handicap, the handicap of cultural alienation, which bedevils any human development. Without recognizing the importance of indigenous African languages to African education, the search for solution to African problem is starting from a wrong place. In fact, validating African indigenous languages in the education system in Africa is part of the healing colonial wounds and reconnecting to our indigenous past as we collectively search for new paths towards African development. We also need to make a discursive shift and linkage between African indigeneity and land-based teaching. Indigenizing Africa education starts with the recognition of the knowledge, wisdom, values, and language of indigenous communities. For a long time, African education system has relied heavily on the knowledge system, including European languages, to solve Africans' problem. And we know where it has landed us. In a meeting between an indigenous community in northwest British Columbia and some government official about a land claim, a Jinsan elder who could not stand the astonishing claim of this young government official claiming to own a land that he has no embodied connection and history, asked a very important question. If this is your land, then where are your stories? The elder then proceeded in his Jinsan language, the language of the land, and told a story. According to Chamberlain, the elder's intervention brought illumination to the discussion that was not previously present. His intervention also brought the discourse of home and ancestry, loss and recovery, and reclaiming spaces that have been stolen and violated. The stories of the land help to regain a sense of what it means to be connected to a place and the hope of recreating a sustainable and a just society. The stories we tell with our language is the single irrefutable evidence that we were here first. Therefore, we should be wary with the academic seduction and the politics that render language as not important. For without the language, we do not have stories. And without stories to tell about the land, we do not have connection. And therefore, we have no land. Within this context, indigenization in African education system is about affirming the ontological and epistemological relevance of indigenous African languages and their important role to inform, shape, and create paths for Africans' future. It is also about highlighting the ontological lineage and the consciousness of African learners to their indigenous languages, culture, and values, as well as our indigenous existence as individual and our collective responsibilities to the land and the cosmos world. Such awareness allows African learners to be rooted in their indigenous African cultures, values, and worldview, and they resist imposition of external knowledge system. And in speaking against imposition of external ideas, I am not advocating against exchanging ideas and knowledge between Africa and Western society. I do not want to sound ungrateful or sounding like I'm biting the hands that feed me. Of course, it's the English language that allowed me to travel to Canada. It is also English language that allowed me to be employed there. And I'm also communicating today because of English language. So I'm not saying that we should not use English language. But is it possible for me to be grounded in English language while I am also rooted in my African indigenous language? And the answer is yes. So I'm not saying either or. I am saying and with. Both can coexist. What I don't understand is this constant effort to impose European language on me at the sense of amputating me from my indigenous language. For me, that is a very important question that we need to ask. African education system must confront what Pratt referred to as these insulting ideas that others think they know African problems better than we do ourselves. Therefore, land-based teaching become relevant starting point in any search for effective solution to African education problem especially those that were caused by the Tower of Babel. And this is the point that is very important to me and very dear. The framing of African scholar and the making of the authentic African scholar. For our elders tell us that it is not what we are called, but what we answer to that is the most important, and that really matters. So the question here that I'm asking all of us, what does it mean to be called an African? African authenticity is not a conversation about who claims legitimacy as an African and who cannot. Rather, it is a conversation about our individual and collective responsibilities to the land, ancestors, the unborn, and the cosmos world of Africa. Such understanding of authenticity conceptualizes Africa beyond its geographical boundaries. So I'm not saying one is African only because you are born in Africa. You can be African because Africa was born in you. And our elders' teaching tell us that your Africanness, you carry them through your blood memory, through generational and intergenerational contact. And it doesn't get lost because you have relocated to another place. So when I talk about Africanness, I'm not only talking about Africans born in the continent, but I'm also talking about Africans that are born in diaspora. But the authentic African scholar call into question our intellectual commitment and responsibility as African educators to the continent, to our history, our stories, and our language. This question is very important because those of us, and when I say those of us, I'm making reference to those of us as African scholars, are not innocent to the intellectual nightmare and discord quagmire that is facing Africa. Among my people, the Asante, our African elders have a saying, "Se nipa wu na ne techere ma be pra ne firi atiasefo." The tongue of the dead will only rot when the living allows it. This proverb speaks about the responsibilities of the living to ensure that the testament of the dead are not forgotten, but are carried out to the letter. African scholars have historically failed to carry out the wishes of our African ancestors with our silence, our moral distances, betrayal, the mimicry of Eurocentric epistemology, and our intellectual penchant to gravitate towards anything white. Which society and which people are so eager to learn and teach about the civilizations, histories, cultures, values, belief systems, and languages of other cultures, but hesitate to talk about their own histories and civilization, as well as to speak their own languages? What sort of educators are we? If we have mastered European languages to the point of challenging Europeans on the language competency of their language, yet when it comes to our own indigenous languages, we cannot construct one sentence without mixing it with European language. What our contribution as African scholars to Africa if our scholarship cannot honor our African ancestral knowledges, wisdom, languages, and worldview? Therefore, the designation an African scholar should mean something special. It is a scholarly calling and a political quest, and the claimant of such designation should be an intellectual warrior, a radical thinker whose academic works, politics, theories, methodologies, and paradigms advance indigenous African languages and their knowledge system. Such an individual cannot be a mere extension of Eurocentrism, nor operate undercover scholarship, but should unapologetically speak with a distinct African voice and a discursive politics that uphold the African spirit, soul, body, and mind, in the face of global neopolitics against Africa and Africanness, in particular Indigenous African language. An authentic African scholar embodies the true meaning of resistance to what Frantz Fanon called resistance to amputation. I am bringing my presentation to an end. But here is the call for action. The education system in Africa needs to create a new what Wangola called a new African multiversity, where indigenous African languages and knowledge should work together with other knowledge systems. In such a learning environment, our African elders can come in at any time to teach us African proverbs, fables, folk tales, mythology, and storytelling through oral tradition using our indigenous African languages. Such educational environment will include the teaching of African drumming and dancing, not as a form of entertainment, but as a way of reconnecting to our African traditional values, worldview, and spiritual knowledge. Such educational environment is a radical space where African learners are in tune with the ancestral language and cultural metaphors. The learners are intellectual warriors ready to combat and contest spaces for African indigenous philosophies, values, worldview, languages, and culture. In view of that, there are different overlapping and shared responsible roles for African elders, students, educators, and policymakers. The educators need to initiate ways of teaching that will not be inimical to all aspects of our holistic curricula. Our pedagogical practices and the school curriculum must also move from Eurocentrism to a more holistic one that will utilize indigenous African elders as instructors who will also help us in imparting knowledge. And here I applaud what you are doing in terms of trying to engage in multiple languages. But what I will also add, that it is not just the process of having multiple languages, but we should attach the same value to all of them. In other words, a learner should not only need the European knowledge in terms of Afrikaans and English language to be successful. In fact, it should be imperative that for every language that you acquire, you also need to learn at least one indigenous African language in addition to whatever language you have acquired, European language you have acquired, in order to enable you to aid your successful upward movement. In other words, university admission is not only about getting the required grades in English or Afrikaans. You also need to get the required grades in at least one African indigenous languages. The same must also be applied when it comes to the job market. That it should be a condition so that it doesn't become something like a cultural capital where certain languages are centered as the central point of our learning, while others are treated as a peripheral language. Students should also begin to appreciate the benefit of learning your local languages. That we should be able to demand an explanation for absences of certain knowledges in our education system. Our policymakers should also have an obligation to ensure that our citizens receive the relevant education that can address multi-complex problems facing the country. We need books, and we need to sponsor textbooks that have been written in indigenous languages. And we should also encourage learners to embrace this knowledge by having a reward system for learners who demonstrate efficiency in these languages. And finally, we also expect our elders to play a key role in helping us to advance this knowledge. We need to have a space within our environment where elders will also be welcome to be teachers and to share some of these cultural knowledges with us. But there are also challenges that we need to think around as we talk about these knowledges. First, we need to admit to the difficulties of translating some of these languages from the local context and the danger of situating them in a Western context, especially as these languages also carry with them cultures that are very relevant. How do we ensure that we are not engaging in only lexicon, but we are also teaching the cultural knowing and the cultural know-hows that comes with these languages? They are very important. We also need to value and appreciate when we bring this knowledge into our environment. When elders and knowledge holders are invited into our spaces, we need to honor their presence and not treat them as an appendix to the knowledge production, but we also treat them as central to the knowledge that we are having. And finally, we need to also think around the questions around intellectual property rights as we are bringing these knowledges into our environment. In particular, in this era of AI, we need to be very careful and guide against cultural appropriation and intellectual theft. If there is anything the academy has been really good at, we are really good at stealing other people's knowledges. And it shows how we have designed our research methodologies and our ethics application. There is a requirement that whenever you write, you need to, when you do research, we are saying that we don't, for purpose of confidentiality and anonymity, when you are producing your research outcome, you have to anonymize where you get this knowledge from. But this is not how it works in indigenous African communities. For indigenous African communities, we always indicate where the knowledge is coming from. So when we are taking this knowledge and anonymizing where it's coming from into our academy, the question is, who become the experts and the owners of this knowledge? These are very important issues. But I believe that the time has come for us to honor the memory of our ancestors. We've lost almost everything that we have as Africans. The only thing left is our language and knowledge. If we lose it, what do we have in store for future generations? This is not just something that we are doing because of a patent desire to archive our languages. They represent who we are. And if we lose them, what happened to Latin can also happen to us. This is a call to action for all of us. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause to Professor Ajay. A holistic, complete integration of our languages, indigenous languages, and knowledge into the academic structure. That really deserves a big round of applause once again. When I was young, my father left me something. Then you say, the other person will say, what? What is it that your father left you? Bo papa uba utloeleje engi. Tatano wena kusele ini lamsaveni. Then you go into the riddle. Then one day, we will look back and say, Unisa left us a bequest. And that bequest is that our languages became at par, or where they ought to be in relation to other languages. That again still deserves a big round of applause. So loko ntsamile ntsamelana a ni tshamanga ntsena ni ntsamile na yingisela loko ni famba ni ta vulavula le emahlweni ni ku ni te leswi ni nga vulavula leswaku le kwini va ku hey munhu loyi u tlharihe ngopfu loyi. Yeah, thank you so much. I have a friend in Ghana. His name is Bliss King. I visited him 7 years ago. When I visited him, my son was 4 years old. This is not a joke, it's a true story. So I stayed in Ghana in Accra for 2 weeks. That was the longest I had been away from him since he was born. So him and his mother had an agreement. We said, look, and with him as well. We said, Buhle, I'm going away. That's his name. Very handsome boy. I'm going away. So when I'm away, please, don't sleep with your mother, because we were trying to get him to get to sleep in his own room. Because each time I was away, maybe a day or so, he sleeps with his mother. So we are trying to get him to be independent and sleep in his own room. So he understood, and I promised him all kinds of goodies that normally kids love. And he said, Dad, I promise I won't sleep with mommy. Off I went to see my friend Bliss, and I'll tell him about you that, hey, one of the greatest minds from Ghana visited our shores. Yeah, graced his presence with our presence to us. Yes, yeah, whatever. Just my mind twister for a moment. So, off to Ghana I went. When I came back, him and his mother came to the airport to welcome me. He came running, my little boy came running to me, and everyone else was there listening and said, Daddy, nobody slept with mommy when you were away. And it didn't sound good, It really didn't sound good. But yeah, nobody slept with mommy, we are happy. So without any further ado, let's take this opportunity and welcome Rakgadi Prof Magano. Remember, we could not have her beam over here because of a technical glitch, and I think everything is okay. A big round of applause to Rakgadi Prof Magano. Okay, looks like we still have that technical glitch. We can always come back to it, to what Professor Magano. So there's a performance by a cultural group. Ready? May I count you down? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome our cultural group on stage.
Ni jamaa na tena naona chama la tagagai. Kitina kuri lile nyetsa ka khati bana ba tshega ka dumela masasele go tšetše fela ngwana wa kgwane go tsetsetha ntele o dikulo se o le reng ke le fokeleng ka no o tša ke le foforang ka boditsebe kgoro ya ga bothetwa kgoro ya lapa lešokere na o sentšala ka ipota kgone go parela gautša mmaboneng o tsaleng ka ko o tše ka le le reng ngwana o ta ka sefatanaga ka tsana motse mošate wa aforika borwa pitore ya maboneng a bogošigolo tshwane le bo mampuru letšhola sa nnanoka ya tubatse he ke tsepelela ka matlho ka fatla ke semaka ka gatlanetša ke moago o mo botse he ke botiša bare ke yunibesithi ya aforika borwa ke ra yona unisa na unisa ke yona e nabile mmaoto felo fa ka napa ka diphutuza ditaba tša unisa tša malembe ya lesomepedi ka monageng ya gešo e le go malembe ya o re anentšeng letsweleng go ya ka dikgoro ka meeno le ka diphoofolo tše re di binang age unisa we le le fetotšešako la rrawešo ga o sana sefofu ga o sana semuma ke mao le kgona re ikgantšha ka melembe ya rena re sa itseseng gore sa nongwe ke ntwa felo re le gare re gatanka ka sebete re ithekile ka moeno o rego the nerve center of the Africanisation Agenda tšela tša maabane ke maloba ke maabane a elele unisa ya gešowe ra ipopa ngata ra bangata na ete ra fetoga bana ba kgole ra bitšana ka melodi efe e sona malembe ya naga ya gešo ka go fapana nepokgolo ya unisa e le morero wa tiša malembe ya go fapana go baithuti bašomi le batšathui o tšwa dikgorong ka moka tša malembe ya merero ya thuto ka ge ka moka re tseba gore thuto ke moledi wa batlhaki ya bo ya gape ya kgonthišiša taba tše tša malembe dikoletšeng le dikgorong tša mediro ya thekgo e sa tšwela pele unisa o phagamiša folaga ya malembe ya lesomepedi ka monageng ya gešo le gae la aforika borwa le gae la khutšong le thabo re elela boa bana ba mosadi yo moso ke mao le kgona le didisadi tša boprofesa pola ajeo te ba re ba re tshwele mantsi ao a diša ka moanong le kgona ditsebeletsonkutši e le merulane ra e latlhela kua kgole o re ka re kwa bo moprofesa pola ajeo ba re botša taba tša tša malembe re le kgopela bana ba mosadi yo mosorere a di kgantšheng ka malembe ya rena go ya go ditoulo le ditouwane gore ba seetše ditšhwene ba adima morago e le nna makoto maseta ke tore bana ba monna ya se marapo ya tšhukuluwa ba apeiwe ka pitša e tee ke tore sefate
Wow! Arba beteleng le tsogo gape. Talente ga e kaka. La tseba selo se sengwe gape se ke se lemogang. A ke gane re bolela ka leleme la Senyesemane gantši. But this English language is very difficult, I must tell you, and sometimes it's confusing. For instance, when I was coming over here, I was driving in my car, right? I'm driving in my car. That's my mode of transportation, coming over here. But there are people who use horses for transportation. If you go to Lesotho, you will find a lot of those. And they are on horsebacks, right? It makes sense. On, it's okay. In my car, it makes sense, it's okay. And then there's a bus. Where are you? Are you on a bus or in a bus? Okay, it's fine. On, in. Somebody said you're on in a bus or on a bus. But train, you're definitely in a train. Not on a train, but you never find people like surfing on top of it saying, I'm going to work, I'm on a train. They're always inside, but they say, you are. I was on that train. Not in that train? In a flight, in a flight. Okay. Then there's a new one called Uber. What do you do with Uber? You take it. I took an Uber. That's English for you, eh? Took an Uber. Okay. Without any further ado, let's take this opportunity and welcome Prof. Monaring. Batlilor Famanjoma Bedia Mararo. Rekaba emele chaka letsogo le logolo.
I'm currently in Rustenburg region with the students here, because students are forward, but I want to commend the Directorate of Language Services for hosting this auspicious event. I also want to, on behalf of the acting Vice Principal, Professor Siku, and the Vice Chancellor, Professor Fileni Kabula, who is currently in Morocco, saying a warm welcome. It is very, funny that I'm welcoming after the keynote has rendered, such a powerful speech. But I want to say due to multitasking, that is the challenge that we find ourselves in. And the Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning, we are very proud that we are hosting this launch of our language policy or multilingual language policy on this day. And this is a milestone that the university is proud of. If you remember when the Portfolio Committee of Parliament was here on the 27th of February while they were checking the readiness of the university. And I want to ask a question on what are we doing with the African language since that case of 2018. But I want to say our multilingual language policy is addressing that issue so well and excellently so. And due to the capability of the leadership of the university and also the Directorate Language Services under Dr. Manare Wakwena, I want to say the language policy is in line with the Higher Education Act and the framework that has been constituted by the Department of Higher Education. And what are we proud of in this current language policy? The transformation element that is visible in the language policy, and we are very happy that everybody in South Africa, in particular those who fall within the 12 languages that are outlined in the policy, they've been accommodated. And also, Unisa is an inclusive campus. We are looking at all these languages with let's say, an equal eye, that no language is superior than the other language. And I want to commend what Professor Ajay, our keynote speaker, has said, looking at the language that appears to be superior, like English. But currently, as I look at our program, we try to mix all the languages that are spoken in South Africa, looking at the equality thereof. And I think it is high time that this policy also positions other African languages in our curriculum, in our programs, just to depict an element of transformation. And if you can look at the university strategy, Pillar 1 under 1.6, it is clearly articulating that we need to look at the civic element of our language. How do we position the knowledge that we extract from the African languages that are seen in the country? And going forward, I believe Unisa as a global university will be able to have even languages within the continent and languages in the global space. And as an inclusive campus, we are also celebrating language diversity and the linguistic diversity that is visible in our university. We are proud thereof that I think currently other universities are in regions and they focus either on 3 languages or so. But as we said, we are taking all official languages in South Africa. That is a point that needs to be celebrated the use of stability, the language that was sort of marginalized in higher education, but currently we are able to celebrate and jubilate our own mother tongue. Thank you so much, colleagues. Have fun. And we will hear some meetings, some deliberations, documents, books, papers, and dedications written in our own African language. I thank you for the direction.
Thank you, Prof. Magano. Thank you so much. A while back, they were honoring Dr. Thomas Chauke. Loko kurna vanhu va ku rhandza music was Tsonga, vatate va Thomas Chauke. This was happening in Zanin. So they had called yours truly to be the MC there. But they could know was Tebanyana Changana, Changana Gaskota Gusbula. So there were different visitors there, different luminaries present during that function. So I got carried away, and this has got everything to do with languages, how intriguing languages are. So I got carried away as I was speaking in Tsonga. It was nice because I could see Tsonga speaking people nodding there, acknowledging what I was doing, to say, okay, giving me, the edge to go on. So Washiba Changani. Then there was a time, there were chiefs there, who had come to honor the function. Then in Nubulabula is Changan. I said this in Changan. Okay, I'll just say it in English because, so that everyone else understands. Nico, thank you. Mentioned all the people who were there, the luminaries, and then Nico Labaku Cancer. Thank you to the chiefs. And in Changan, I said, Labaku Cancer, Mahosi Aina. I shouldn't have said Mahosi. Little did I know that in Shangani, you see, those nuances, they really count. So I said Mahosi, meaning chiefs, and in essence, the truth is, in Shangani, Mahosi is what, when you go to the toilet, then Mahosi comes out. But T, so it was, the difference was between Ma and T. So in Sutu, singular is Hosi, right? Then, and plurality of it is D. So in Shangan or Tsonga is Hosi, it's one. Then many, I thought, Ima Hosi lesi. Kasi no man, Mahosi is not good. And somebody came and said, and there was a Hosi, the one who came, said, sorry, we are not bad, we are D, not Ma. And that's how I learned. And I'm glad Unisa is going that direction to say, we are going to make things easier now. No more Mahosi and Nati Hosi, and people will be labeled accordingly and appropriately. So we're going to call upon Dr. Munaring for the remarks here as well. Doc, so finally it's happening.
Thank you. Shewan bagay no minjani moleni betinan ninjani huemar alma. Who else did I leave? Towel. Ligay. Hey. If you could do that for me. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here today. We normally don't call people by their titles here. We call people by their rank in the society that is associated with ancestry and the super deity. We do that to show a sense of respect. You might have observed, and I think in Tate MC did indicate that instead of saying Professor Mahano, we said Rakgadi Mahano. Because Rakgadi is the sister of your father. And being the sister of your father, she's entitled, the only person in the house, to deal with super deity when we go and commune with the super force, with the element of talking to our ancestors. She's the one that does that for the family. Hence, you've got it. It's a compound word. Ra is a feminine part, which means my father's khadi means sister. So that person needs to be respected. In your case, we called you Ntate, because now it's the head of the family, is the father. So we feel that this titling is more important than the ones that we get it because we studied quite a lot. There are artificial titles that are destined to us, so that's why we call it that way. Thank you very much, Ntate Adey, for giving us such a wonderful speech and address. Whilst I was sitting there, Ntate MC, business, program director, I was thinking how I would have loved when I grow up to have your voice. To have your voice. Because it could have given me the power to occupy the entire room as I speak. You've got a wonderful voice. Thank you. I want to read this so that you understand the importance of this. I just Googled this because it's something that I wrote myself in some of the texts and books that I've written. And I concretized that based on Kierkegaard, the philosopher. He spoke of somnolence. I'm talking about that because he spoke about sleeping, that we seem not to recognize our languages. We are in the state of solemnness. What we need is wide awakeness. I would read the definition that I crafted, extracting from Kierkegaard with regard to solemnness. It's not far from what the normal definition means. Somnolence means state of drowsiness, excessive sleepiness. It is a feeling of tiredness and a strong desire to fall asleep. It can be a symptom of various underlying medical conditions, a side effect of medication. And I want you to picture what kind of condition we have when we abhor our own languages. I'm going to continue a little bit. So the detailed part. Somnolence is characterized by a persistent feeling of sleepiness, even when somebody should be awake or alert. Individuals experiencing somnolence have a strong urge to fall asleep, which may be difficult to resist. Somnolence can lead to cognitive impairment, making it difficult to concentrate, pay attention, or perform tasks that require alertness. Dear colleagues, and we're in the state of somnolence. We're in the state of sleepiness. And it's not a condition that is endured by medication. It's a condition that we have been put into a state that we perpetually feel that we are not important. Because we are not important, our languages too are not important. We are so insignificant that we cannot think, critique, place this language at a platform where they can be mainstream to represent who we are. We feel okay, and I'm ashamed now, just like you, just like the program director, that how wonderful it would have been that I could have been talking to you, Ntate Ajay, talking to us in the medium of one of the Ghanaian language, the ones that all of us being able to make sense of. The fact that this language are not provided space, it's our fault. It is our fault. And we cannot be forgiven for that. These languages can be able to craft who we are. Well, mommy and daddy met, boys and girlfriend. Mommy got pregnant. I was born, given the name, got into kindergarten up until I did my studies, and now I'm here. It is because of language. Because they wouldn't have spoken. There wouldn't have been one thing if language was not used. And here I'm not talking about one single language, I'm talking about multitude of languages that we have got, which is aligned to the strategy that we're adopting now to implement multilingualism within the country. Language is power, and these languages need to be put in the pedestal. I'm going to focus on three. I normally don't read when I present my paper. So I want us to look at the following. Ntate Ajay, you spoke about ontology. And I want to quickly just write 2 lines on what I think ontology is. Ontology is the state of being. As I'm born, I'm surrounded by everything, including my parents and my people. And as I explore the world, understanding where I am, going through different stages, I tend to build my consciousness in who I am. And when everything comes in, it builds me to continually refine who I am. And who I am included the cognitive element that is extracted within the society. So distractions start at the cognitive level. So the destruction of colonialism started with the ontology, the ontological level. So if your language that you were born with, that let me just use this English in a crude sense, that formed you. The language that formed you, that made you who you are, is put aside and regarded as insignificant. It automatically means that you are insignificant. So because you feel insignificant, the colonial kind of aspect of interaction will build you to move away from who you were. When you get into the classroom, you're obviously going to be changed. There's going to be an element of confusion. That confusion would eventually interfere with your own ability to understand and to also see yourself as a being formed by your languages and all the cultures, all the knowledges that are surrounding you to make you who you are. And immediately you've got that, you have lost the anchor. Then, resultantly, you get into the classroom. We speak now of the ontology. Before even you get to the classroom, you think about the episteme. Episteme is nothing else but knowledge. When you take the little souls from home, put them in the classroom, there's a set of, in the olden time we call syllabus. There's a set of knowledge that are put together and graded accordingly so that you can take the child through it. Ultimately, the child, we believe that the child is going to be able to contribute to the society, is going to grow and become independent, is going to change the thinking of the society. That's what we do. That's the content of what we're taught. If the content of what I am taught is different from how I was born and how I was raised and the influence that I've got and the language that I've got, obviously there's going to be a confusion. You know what is the best thing when you are unable to understand a text? preparing for examination, what do? You close the windows, put water, cold water in the dish, Rakhadi, our age. Yes. Close the windows, put cold water into there, close the eyes and start to read aloud. When you read aloud, you're memorizing. When you're memorizing, you are moving away from who you are. Knowledge becomes dry, artificial. It doesn't engage you. It doesn't want to make you to think. Instead, you become a dry object that is not attached to the real world. Quite sad. And if that becomes who you are, you basically lost everything. There's no way that you're going to be innovative. There's no way that you're going to break the system of colonialism and other systems that are not that good. You're going to conform. And conformation will continue throughout the generation. So I'm talking about the content. So our content that we've got, it's not representing humanity. It's representing humanity as defined by racial discrimination. The one that is done by coloniality. The one that is associated with modernity. Modernity that defines a person or a human from a position of a singular view, a monolithic view that is to do with the European view. And remember, when I'm talking about, I'm not bashing Europe. I'm talking about the colonial influence that made us to look and appear insignificant. That we are currently to a point of subconsciousness, feels that we are not complete. And because we need to be apologetic in everything that we do. We need to blend into the system instead of breaking the system that we've got, to infuse the indigenous knowledge system that will make us better people. Now, look at another demolition that they have done. Now it comes to a point of, you've got, I will just break English here, ontologize organism. Ontologize it as through colonialism. You've got the content that are having colonial view, that together they are building this ontological organism to become what it wants it to be. Everything is determined, is complete. So the kind of animal or product that we want to produce is this, because we're using this too. Now we're going to say, now how do we mediate? How do we mediate the content that we've created to the organism that we've created? Now it comes to issue of methodology. The methodology will obviously be monolithic in nature, speaking to the colonial intent, speaking to modernity that has been created to exclude any kind of human, but instead it's focusing on human as defined by one system or one ideology. So then you'll see that we're going to teach you in a particular way that doesn't allow you to be critical. It's meant for you to memorize and conform. It is meant to make you agree with an existing status quo without wanting to change it. The impact is that we who are teachers are going to have a problem. You'll have students coming doing first years, struggling to pass, not out of their choice, because of the confusion we've created that links with languages and the way the content that we've got. We expect them to do miracle and they won't be able to do the miracle. The student managed to pass first year, second and third year. And the student does not qualify to do, in South Africa we've got a course, an interim, we call it senior bachelor, an interim transition between the 3-year bachelor and a master's. That basically creates a way for you to understand what research is all about. So the problem lies here. You would have students that have passed, but they don't qualify based on the rating that we want. We will be expected to do miracles so that we approach and assist the students to be accommodated. Remember, they are pressures that we receive also from the government funders and everything as a university. We need to please them. What do? We make a plan. And making a plan have got a detrimental effect because it means that we have to manufacture the marks. When we manufacture the marks, we are lowering the quality of learning. We don't have a choice because we have got this organism that have been created from grade 1 up until to tertiary, and they have been they've been built throughout. For those, it's difficult to demolish that at that level. And we think that the problem is that they don't know English. The problem is that, well, they're less intelligent. No, the problem begins with language. The problem begins with their own language. Remember, it is the language that is your mother tongue that basically show you the world. It builds the lenses, how to see the world. It gave you the vocabulary to name things. It gave you the ability to think, because the child thinks differently if the language is not well developed. As it starts to speak, the thinking level increases. So the basis that our mother tongues has given to us, if you put it aside, that's where the problem is. That's where our students are not doing well. And this is why we're trying to intervene with this approach. In this case, we're saying, look, you've got your mother tongue, which is good, but there are different languages that you speak that you know. We want you to access the wisdom, the learnings, the knowledges from different lenses that each and every language that is in your head can provide you, only to help you to understand. And understand, when you understand something, you are going to be critical, you're going to be innovative, you're going to be able to break the system, you're going to improve the way we think. So when we talk about multilingualism, we're talking about that. I always like to refer to myself in the MC. Gary, I come from the super province, the province that defines what multilingualism is, the province of Limpopo. I call it the super province. I grew up speaking Sesotho Saloboa, the dialect called Setswapo that you'll find in Maun, up in Botswana. It progressed down, and that part of Zanin we speak what is called Setswapo. Setswapo is one of the dialects like Sepedi, Silovedu. It's part of Sesotho Saloboa. I pick up that because we're staying together and having really relationship, intermarriage, resulted into me having relatives coming from the Setsonga background and also from Chivenda background. At school I was doing English and Afrikaans. So all these languages build me. When it talks about my ontology, those are the languages that form basis of my thinking. And each and every language have got a particular unique way of capturing a concept better than the other. So as I study, as I read, and as a student, all the time when I look at the text, whether it's English, it's German or what, when I look at it and I start to read, to interact with the text, I forgot this. I picked up isiXhosa because I stayed in Cape Town for 18 years. So put them together. And if I've gotten isiXhosa, it means that I've covered all Nguni languages. If I've covered Sesotho Saloboa, which is my mother tongue, I've covered all the languages. And well, I've got relatives in Chakuma. So I went there as a young child. Relatives in Guyana. And all those things bring in the lenses that I've got. As I read the text, There is a continuous interplay of the lenses coming from different languages that makes me to interact with the text. Those lenses helping me to have the chutzpah. It helps me to have the guards, impassivity. So when a text is written black and white, I can be able to challenge it and say, you are the text, I am here, I'm bringing a set of knowledge that I've got an experience, and you have written something, you're saying something. As I read you, I see the gap between what you're saying and what I know. Now, in this reading, it's a conversation between you and me. When I'm done with you as the text, me and you shall have reconditioned ourselves, and we're going to be totally different people. The guts, the chutzpah, sabiti, sekiveng lesona that I have when I read, when I interact, is gotten from those languages. So if I closed one and said, I'm going to work on Sesotho Salawa, I was obviously going to lose a lot of things. Well, I did Afrikaans. Well, I went to college and I did Afrikaans too as a special language up until the third year. So at school I've done that. It gave me some kind of view that helps me to interact with the text. So I'm doing this because I wanted you to understand why we're doing this issue of multilingualism. We're helping our souls to use those dynamics to be able to advance their studies. The last point that I would love to make, and I think you will be able to see how I relate. I use the basis, Yantate Ajay, to be able to spring out and focus it on, just to make it so that you understand the entire role of what we're doing. That basis is very important because it tells us about the importance of language. What is key for us as an institution is to provide space. I like to call it cachet for the languages to do their work within the university, running the business and learning and teaching and research. And when you do that, you be speaking multicultural, multilingual nature of our coexistence, because there's no world that is not multilingual. You can go throughout the world. And multilingualism is real. The world is exponentially multilingual. So in their interaction, the way we have codified our own curriculum, the way we teach obviously would have to change to make sure that it achieved that. We are currently grounded on a monolithic approach to a point that we don't feel it. Yeah? It's something that is subconscious. And as I speak, we say that it is obvious. I think in a technical term, I think it's Marx and Green, she calls that the taken for granted, that are normalized to become, appears to be God-given truth. And we tend to take what we're given as the truth and not problematizing what the truth is. There's nothing that is called ndiso in this world. There's nothing that is called truth and facts in this world. We made those things to become facts. The more we use these things, other times they become truthful. If somebody keeps on telling me, men can't be beautiful, right? Yes, if somebody keeps on telling me that I am handsome, even if I know I am not, I tend to believe that I'm handsome. And nobody can even say I'm not, well, let me just make it quite sound funny, unhandsome. You cannot unhandsome me. No ways. And then if this one says I'm handsome and the other one, and majority of people say handsome, nobody dare to call me ugly, because everybody sees me as handsome. So I'm just showing you the power of language and the power of using the multilingual spectacles that are built in you. And I'm discouraging you from being monolingual. You become clever. You become wiser. You become more critical when you are multilingual. If you haven't tested it, test it from now on. As I speak, when I read the text, as I say, and Sesotho comes in, Stonga comes in, Chivenda comes in, and all this thing comes in. And all of them, subconsciously, they're helping me to interact with the text. When we speak, the same thing happens. They are just happening as slowly as I speak, but in a very quick way, because the mind works faster. As I speak to you, I've already read you differently by just merely looking at you. And I'm using those aspects that I know from different languages. So that is very key. And when we say we want to bring these languages to the classroom, we're saying we want to change the classroom situation so that it becomes human. It becomes multilingual. It becomes natural. It bespeaks the people that it is engaging. I'm looking at this, I'll call it a class, this one. There are many languages when I look at you. And if I'm a teacher, I cannot use a monolithic approach to teach you, because I'm not going to reach you. I will need you to be eclectic. Eclectic by looking at the different methodologies that I've learned, that I picked up, I acquired as I go along, to address almost everybody at the same pace for them to be able to access what I'm sharing with them. I'm going to end up with this. It's the season now for the boys to come back from mountain schools. That is where they have went to go and be taught to be responsible citizenship. There's serious methodologies that we were exposed to when they were training us to become men. Same thing applies to women. Those are the stuff that we need to research, pick up, and see how we can use them. Because remember, those kind of cultural practice are by nature schools. They've got their syllabuses. They've got their curriculum. That's why they've got stage 1 and stage 2. Badika le Bagwera. They are not at the same level. Mudika is the young boys that goes there for a physical responsibility and introducing into the world of manhood and responsibility. You go to the next one, Bagwera, which is bigger than that one, where a man is going to be taught to become a fully fledged man and responsible. It's stage 1 and stage 2. Compare that with primary school and secondary school. Simple. If this system were not intercepted, we could have been very far. And how did they successfully establish a community of human beings that produces me and you? If they were not using the methodologies that works. Why can't we learn from those methodologies, approaches? Put them into the classroom and use them for them to understand. You spoke about the elders. That is the key point. Those people cannot die and just go like that. Which means if you are a traditional doctor using the bones to ears, don't die without teaching the next generation how to use them. Tatambat, Kiminahom. Jeje ko mumna re ke mpete ke mokwena la gasa le lo lo ke modimo wa nko tša metsi ke na re ko ke leboga.
So if you took your right hand and your left hand and put them apart and somehow make them meet somewhere midway, that's called clapping, and let's do that once again. In other words, all I needed you to do was just to give a resounding round of applause, you know? And yeah, so, ra leboga ntate Monareng, re leboga go menagane. If we do not tell our stories in the language that we understand better, other people will tell those stories in their own languages. And they'll get lost in translation. What Ntate Monareng just mentioned here, in Hupucha, what we are doing. You know, I'm not here to to Ghana for funds. But yeah, I'll just mention this. We are currently busy with telling a television story called King Sekhukhune, the First in the Mountain Lion. Thank you for that. My co-producer and I, we have gone to the Royal Crawl Yabapedi, Bagas Kukune, Kwajate. We requested for their blessings to have this movie, to have this drama series. The reason why we want to tell this story, we want to tell it kaleleme leo le kushwago ke batho Sesotho sa Leboa. And there are key lessons that we learned along the way, which I think no any other school could ever teach this. We were explaining to the royal family what we wanted to do. It's an 8-series drama that tells of, or rather chronicles the life of King Sekhukhune from the moment he was still young and until when he gets to be assassinated by his own brother. And they said, hey, we are very happy with this story. Then we said, actually, it's going
on
to be
horsebacks, right?
From
It makes
this
sense.
one, then we are going to tell
okay.
of another hero.
In my car, it makes sense. It's okay.
Which is,
and then there's a bus. Where are you? Are you on a bus or in a bus?
and they said, hey, we are very happy with this story. Then we said, actually, it's going to be a trilogy. From this one, then we are going to tell of another hero, which is, we didn't know that there was so much friction between this so-called African heroes. But those are just some of the things that we learned
And
along the
we
way.
didn't know
And this story has to be told
that
because otherwise
there were family
other
dynamics.
people will tell the
Immediately
same
we
way they
mentioned
told
Kgoshi
Shaka
Mampuru,
Zulu.
they said,
I'm happy to see that Ilembe, they are
we
coming
didn't know
back
that
again
there
to
was
this
so
different
much
story
friction
because
between
the
this
Shaka Zulu
so-called
that we all know of Henry
African
Grant
heroes, South
was told
African
by some
heroes.
other people
But those are
and
just some
they
of the things that we
used
learned
other
along
things
the
which
way.
were
And
historically
this story has to be told because otherwise
but they passed
other
on
people
as
will tell it the same way they told of Shaka Zulu.
facts.
I'm happy to see
But
that
yeah, thank you
Ilembe,
so much
they are
for
coming
that,
back again to tell a
about
different
that,
story because the Shaka Zulu that we all know of Henry
Mountain
Grant
Lion
was told by some other people and they infused other things which were historically inaccurate. But they passed on as facts. Okay, there's no facts. And truth. But yeah, thank you so much for that. About that King Sekhukhune Mountain Lion, the Mountain Lion drama series. Fela tlo just ba ka se re amohele go tswa go SRC
So, batata ka
Ntate Timolapa.
sequence one after the other.
o me team lapo
Arba feng let's all.
ragadi team lapo ke mo ka kamra wa gage go tla tle go itla Mhlabisa ke mo ka ra felletja ka Ntokozo Mathabata. So batata ka yona sequence yona yeo one after the other. But yeah, arba feng let's all le legolo.
Director of this, Dr. Mahatu Kuno, Manager of DLS, Dr. Mnaring, esteemed guests and fellow students, good morning. Moloeni, Program Director, Director of this, Dr. Mahatu Kuno, Manager of DLS, Dr. Mnaring.
Good morning.
Esteemed guests and fellow students, good morning.
Dumelang.
Molweni.
Okay.
Goeiemorgen.
Tanya Molapo, and I'm the chairperson
Ndibacheroni.
of the Traditional Association.
Nkari Dr. Mnaring utimile to breakfast. Good morning. Molweni. Dumelang. Ke a leboga.
Over 400.
Okay, my name is Tanya Mlapo and I'm the chairperson of the Tshwane Regional SRC. It is an honor for me to stand here on behalf of the Tshwane Regional SRC.
All South African languages.
So today,
Voices that are
I
often
speak
muted
not
in
just as a
the
student,
institution that is
but
supposed to
as a
empower them.
representative of over 400,000
This multilingual
students
language
in
policy
this
is not just
university.
an academic initiative.
Students that
It is a
speak
political
isiZulu,
It is
Afrikaans,
about access
Xhosa,
and it is about
Xitsonga, Tshivenda, and all
Unisa
South African
prides
languages.
itself as a
Voices that are
pan-African
often muted in this
business
very
institution.
institution that is
But
supposed to
then,
empower
how
them.
do we then serve our African
This
students?
multilingual language
The
policy
same
is not just an
values and
academic
cause of the
initiative.
university,
It is a
as well as
political
support
one,
services and communications
It is
are
about
developed in
access.
colonial languages.
and it is about justice.
Let me be clear.
Unisa prides itself as a
remains
pan-African
one of the most
distance
select
learning
biggest
institution.
areas.
But then, how
And
do we
then-
then serve our African students if
Students
the
are
same
expected to
values and cause
solve
of the
complex
university,
legal,
as well as
scientific,
support services and
political
communications, are still locked in
that they
colonial
do not
languages?
Understand.
Let me be clear.
And they are expected to
Language in
perform-
this
they are
institution
expected to
remains
strive
one
and
of the most
succeed
silent
at
biggest
work.
barriers.
To be honest, that is not
And then-
education. That is endurance.
Students are expected to
So we are saying
solve
as the
complex
SRC, we
legal,
welcome this
scientific,
policy
and philosophical
the vision
texts
behind it.
that
Because
they
we
do not fully
that language
understand.
is not just a tool of communication.
And they are expected
It
to
is a
perform,
vessel of
they are expected to
identity.
strive,
It
and
is
they
a
are
vessel
expected
of
to succeed
belonging
at that.
and a sense of
To be honest,
dignity.
that is not education.
We are pleased
That is
this
endurance.
policy prioritizes all.
So we are
South
saying, as the
African
SRC,
languages.
we welcome this
But we
policy
also
and the
say
vision
that
behind it,
implementation of the
because we
policy
understand that language
urgent,
is not just a tool of
it must be
communication.
visible, and
It is a vessel of identity, it is a vessel of
ask that
belonging,
students are
and a sense of
informed and
dignity.
involved in every
We are
phase of
pleased
this
that
rollout.
this policy
Because as students, we are not
prioritizes
just
all
in this
12
space.
South African
We
official
are the primary
languages.
stakeholders
But
for
we
this
also say that
And we are the
implementation
reason
of
that
the
this
policy
institution
must be
exists today.
urgent, it must be visible, and it must be student
The
focused.
SRC believes in transformation.
We ask that the students are
tokenism.
informed and involved in every
So we are
phase
saying
of
as
this
students
rollout.
should not have
Because as
to
students, we are not
translate
guests in
before
this
they can
space.
comprehend.
We are the primary
should not feel
stakeholders
less
of this
intelligent
institution,
because
and we are the reason that this institution exists today.
We do not celebrate a policy that
The SRC believes in
we
transformation.
celebrate a policy
not
that teaches the
tokenism.
students in their homes, on their
So
phones,
we are saying a
and in
student
their
should
mother
not
tongue.
have to translate before they
Language
can
is
comprehend.
power. And
They should
if
not
this
feel less
university is
intelligent
serious
because
about
the system
Africanism,
refuses to speak
then
to
the
them in a
of the
language that they
student
understand.
should become the language of the institution.
We do not celebrate a policy that sits on paper.
So we are saying
We celebrate a policy that reaches the students in their homes, on their phones, and in their mother tongue.
Dust. It must
Language
live
is
in the
power.
experiences of each
And if this university is serious about Africanism,
those who have
then
never
the
heard
language
their
of the
language
student
being
should
spoken in
become
a
the language of the
university.
institution.
Nna ke Mopedi, sale ke tsena mo Unisa.
So we are
Ga
saying,
ra opportunity
let this not be another beautiful policy
And a home
with no life,
not because
a policy that will just gather dust.
But
It
then
must
because
live in the experiences of each and every student
they
in
are
this
much
institution,
simpler when you-
especially those who have never heard their language being spoken in a university lecture. Nna ke Mopedi, sale ke tsena mo Unisa, a zanga kera opportunity ya go engage ka language ya ka.
for this important step.
And a home ke faith, not because ke a palela, not because ke
And also
tomo,
our full
but
attention.
then if we are being honest,
Because
go na le dilo tse ding tse e leng gore
transformation is
they are
just
much
about the
simpler
policy.
when you engage
practice.
and when you speak in your own language.
Starts with language.
So in closing,
Thank you,
we
Galebo.
thank the Directorate of Language Services for this important step. As the SRC, we pledge our full support and also our full attention, because transformation is not just about a policy. It is about practice, and it starts with language. Thank you, Galebo.
Ubaba uNdabezitha usolwazi oyisikhulumi sanamhlanje uProfessor Paul ubuholi beuniversity okhona ngaphakathi Program Director ubaba undabezitha ubuholi obukhona usolwazi oyisikhulumi sanamhlanje uprofessor uPaul on behalf of the National SRC ubuholi beuniversity obukhona I would like to extend ngaphakathi our warm message of support kuthina ubuholi obukhona ku teams angazi ku teams ngesingisi on behalf of the National SRC I would like to extend our warm message of support for this progressive initiative. It's a progressive. You call it like that. If the university is doing something that aligned to student lives. I want to make one practical example. This policy embodies the spirit of inclusivity, diversity, and global citizenship. That is at the heart of UNESCO mission. Because of the I want to make one practical example. I had an opportunity to, if it was not to travel to Ethiopia. I was with the president of the National SRC. We nearly got lost because of the communication. People of Ethiopia, they don't speak English. They speak their language. If it was not for Google Translate, would be lost there in Addis Ababa. Is a significant step. The first Director General of UNESCO once said the ultimate goal of UNESCO is to help nations understand each other's culture and perspective. The multilingual policy in Unisa is a significant step toward realizing this goal by embracing multiple languages. Unisa is creating an environment where diverse voices are heard and diverse perspectives are valued. Unisa, by promoting this policy aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which speaks to quality education, reduced inequalities, and Unisa by promoting this SDGs is promote a linguistic diversity and inclusivity that contribute into the achievement of these goals and fostering more equitable and a just society. Ukuqalisa kwenqubomgomo yolimi oluningi kwinyuvesi yaseNingizimu Afrika kuyabonisa ukuthi le nyuvesi iyaqonda futhi yakukhathalela ukusetshenziswa kwezilimi ezahlukahlukene kanye namasiko okuyimvelaphi yawonke umuntu ohlala eSouth Africa. As the National SRC, we commend Unisa for taking this bold step and looking forward to seeing the positive outcome of this policy. We believe that this initiative will not only enhance the university's reputation, but also contribute to the development of more inclusive and diverse society. And this will definitely improve Unisa academic outcomes. Unisa is creating a more inclusive environment for students from diverse linguistic backgrounds. Also, it will provide students with the opportunity to learn their mother tongue, and this will definitely improve Unisa academic outcomes. As the chairperson has said that she's not just failing because she's dumb or or something else, but it's a communication barrier, and also academic language is different from understanding any language, because you must write what is needed by lecturers. The implementation of these languages, multilingual language policy, will require a collaborative effort from different or various stakeholders of the university, and also the biggest stakeholder of the university are the students that we are representing, and also we'll be glad to be part and also to participate in the implementation process. Once again, we would like to express our support for this launch and wish the institution all the best in its implementation. We believe that this policy will have a lasting impact on the university and the broader community. We look forward to seeing the positive outcome of this initiative. I thank you.
Banaba tjia khalaka ya loja. Mswara marapo wa rena o mohlahlo o re sankeng re mmona ka mehleng thobela ntate batha ke loche ntate monareng bana ba tjea khalaka ke a locha esteemed colleagues le kae ka lebitso ke nna Ntokozo ke loche mswara marapo wa rena o mohlahlo o re sankeng re mmona ka mehleng thobela ntate batha Kilochen Tate Munareng, Chairperson of Tshwane Regional SRC, esteemed colleagues, students, I greet you all. Kalibijo Kinan Ntokozo Matabate is. Looking at the catalytic niche area 6, I believe that students in the College of Science, Engineering and Technology can design and develop a software that will translate any known language to all official South African languages. And in collaboration with the College of Education and the College of Human Science. Looking at the catalytic niche area 6, I believe that students in the College of Science, Engineering and Technology can design and develop a software that will translate any known language to all official South African languages. I am hoping that through this, we will realize, and in collaboration with the College of Education and the College of Human Science, we can work in translating those languages to our African languages through our studies of linguistics. This also gives dignity to our native languages, as they are treated as equals to the colonizers' language. I am hoping that through this, we will realize the importance and cherish our home languages, and stop drawing inspiration from Model C products who cannot engage their grandparents in their mother language, in their mother tongues, because they only know how to speak English and Afrikaans. I mean, just imagine it. I also want to commend the College of Education for leading by example by incorporating the multilingual glossary. Not only does this foster inclusivity, but also it improves their communication skills in terms of the language of conventional competency, which is a requirement in the education field. I mean, just imagine a teacher who knows sign language. How do we say hello in sign language? And held high like the colonizers' language. It is said that the colonial language, where the colonial language thrives, the indigenous language struggles to survive. I therefore want to challenge each and every one of you in the hall to ensure that our native languages are preserved and held high like the colonizers' language.
Everything matsoho
Thank you for the recognition. When was that time when there was a serious water shortage in Hammanskraal where people had to go and help with everything? It's still there even now. But there was a time when, okay, I think it's early Thank you for the recognition. A group of so-called celebrities gathered and they took it up. When was that time when there was a serious water shortage in Hammanskraal where people had to go and help with... so I was part of it last year? It's still there even now, eh? But there was a time when, okay, I think it's early last year, a group of so-called celebrities gathered and they took it upon themselves to say, okay, let's take bucket loads of water to Hammanskraal. So I was part of those people. I just, the reason why I'm saying thanks for recognizing. So we went to Hammanskraal with other celebrities, so-called those who recognize and say, hey, I want to take a picture with you. So we started taking pictures. But as we were busy helping, because we donned our overalls, you know, just to show that we were going to roll up our sleeves and work. When I am talking la black label, this guy is just standing there as everyone else came to take pictures. That guy, but everyone pushes him aside and takes pictures. Hey, we want to take pictures. They take pictures. It's okay. Suddenly, he got an opportunity to come and take a picture. I had just taken some pictures with some teeny boppers. One, she said, he leave my stomach, and whatever. So this guy suddenly, he gets in his opportunity and he pushes, and no, picture. Then he hugs me like this, and the other ones want to come and be there in the picture. He says, no, I want a picture, just the two of us, no one else. Then he looks at me. Arme bra. Grand kwena mamar. I said, okay. So he wanted to be part of what was happening there. So this next item here, it's very interesting as well. So there will be a presentation by the artists of this language policy. So you're going to have a spectacle here. Our artist ready? So the performance has got everything to do with what we came here for. So it will be poetry in motion. You'll be seeing poetry as it moves. Let's put our hands together for our artists.
Mzansi Africa. Shamana. Mzansi Africa. Shamana. Mzansi Africa. Ume washamana. Isizwe sabandebele. Washamana. Isizwe sabasoti. Washamana. Isizwe sabakhosa. Washamana. Isizwe sabazulu. Uzulu ngeke wendela balandela kumele inkomo zakhe. Shamana, Mzansi Africa, University, yaseNingizimu Afrika, namhlanje sokuyikebuze, ngophathele khona, noma lebuthini, ithiphumani, inikele nabangezwa, maphesha bomfundo, inoba leshasana, kube wafika, ithelwe baphesha abangezwa, ukuthi namhlanje sizokupha umlando. Ngena eNingizimu Afrika. Lezi zilimi namhlanje sihlwele kakhulu embala yazo. Namhlanje lezi zilimi ziningi. Namhlanje sokugqamisa, sokugada ngamasiko ethu. Sizongena singene sihlala phansi. Ube wakhala nothabo umfoka mbeki ungamvulela ube wayivuma kade bemthuma bemhofula betha uhlala esihlalo sokukhosi. Ube wahlala walethezika. Namhlanje inyuvesi yaseNingizimu Afrika izohlala yaphakama isiphekepeke sabangodo kulu. Namhlanje sike saphakamisa uphaphele khona izisondela intsha yaseNingizimu Afrika sike sakhona ngaphansi kwamaphikaso njengesalukazi esathola sesibukazi ehlane yebosashile sishe bonke namehlaso kodwa watholakala amathwale ayiphila ngaphansi kwamaphikaso. Kanjalo-ke inyuvesi yaseNingizimu Afrika ike yabavikela abafundi kaningi iphindelela nabangenalutho nabangenakufunda babengenalutho ngaphansi kwamaphikaso. Ngithi songana Ningizimu Afrika hlangana sonke sihlanganeni sike sibe yibhumbi. Namhlanje sizobumba ndinga mntakandini ndizela phezulu yolesibhakabhaka. Inyuvesi yaseNingizimu Afrika ike yadizela phezulu yalishaya amaphikaso njengokhosi ndinga ndabandini ndiza nyuvesi yaseningizimu Afrika udizile phezulu usazokutshelwa usamane lokho sekwenzakalile ngizwa umoya lekonduphakama kanti nale phezulu bembhala ngalo ngilomsizi libikusizi na likheli ngezansi lithi ngomyosizi
All I can say before I start is that I am in awe of the energy that my colleagues have put into their presentations. And I have to warn you, mine will be nothing like that in terms of excitement. George Bernard Shaw said that England and America are two countries divided by a common language. On the whole, in South Africa, we have English more or less in common. But we also recognize that it has the potential to divide. Today, though, we consider the power that language has to unite. Perhaps it's true, as James D. Nichols says, that English has pursued other languages down alleyways to beat them unconscious and rifle through their pockets for new vocabulary. This is not an entirely bad thing, though. Indeed, these are the same alleyways where we English speakers got Indaba, Muti, Tsotsi, Braai, Lapa, and of course, Esh. Today is more than the launch of a new language policy for Unisa. It is a flipping of the script. For too long, education in South Africa has quietly whispered, English please. Meanwhile, isiXhosa, Afrikaans, Sesotho, Setswana, and all the others have been waiting patiently or impatiently out in the corridor, hoping that someone will let them speak. Multilingualism is not a complication. It is a superpower. It doesn't divide, it connects. It doesn't confuse, it clarifies. When students can think, write, or learn in the language they know best, they thrive. They come up with better questions, they craft better arguments, and they feel, and this is important, that they belong. So this policy does more than just offer languages a seat at the table. It invites them to speak, to teach, and to build knowledge together. Multilingualism means research that speaks to communities in their own voices, teaching that respects how people live and learn, learning that feels like coming home, not getting lost. Today, our shiny new multilingual language policy, Dr. Monering's baby, says to our many languages, come in from the cold, take a seat, you're welcome here. Finally, let me adapt the words and thoughts of a modern English poet who's a favorite of mine. His name is Brian Bilston, and it goes like this. English said, let's keep things simple. isiZulu replied, and I hope I get this right, ngivuma, as long as simple doesn't mean silent. Afrikaans added, dis maklik, if we all get a turn. Sesotho chimed in, rabua, hamo, we learn together. Then all the languages stood side by side and formed a sentence that no one language could write alone. That sentence read, knowledge is better when spoken in many tongues. That's my story.
tuka mahlangu ngayingwe sangolonyana amahlangu olanyugwene umathunwa yingwe ibheyakhe mafana lezabafowabo Ugambe soba chipa, soba tika, umatuma himbe yakhe. Ugambe kokosi, sizumeze sesabela sezwakala imikhoba nemikhothana. Ngesa sabela kozwakala kumamba nabohlathu. Kunzunza tole tabu ngambo, amanye asakhulekile. Yingwe yomazumazumane yazuma kwazebasa. Kangana South Africa, tutuka ndebele, amalimi, ngokuhlukahlukana kwawo. Ukugidingwa kwamasiko ngokuhlukahlukana kwawo, ilimi lemvumo, ilimi liqakatheke kakhulu, ilimi limathuthumbo anothileko ngelimi lethu. Siyakwazi ukutshala ngelimi lethu, siyakwazi ukuvuna isiNdebele. Akusilo ilimi elikhulu nofana liqakathekile kwaphela ngesiNdebele. Siyakwazi ukuhlomula ngesiNdebele, siyakwazi ukusiza njengenaka ngilibebule njengenkosi esithongolweni ngiyama nalo, njengebalule ngiyakwazi ukuyama nalo. EmaNdebeleni kuqakatheke kakhulu bona amasiko wethu akwazi ukuhlonitshwa, sizikhakhazise ngamasiko wethu, sitsitse phezu kwawo nakumvumo ungangonina njengenaka ngilibebule njengenkosi ngiyaliyama, njengamanzi ngiyalisela, njengesana ngikhasa nalo. Ngiyathokoza.
Hotel Horom, Gadinendize, Bema, Joana, Mabe, Mabeza, Hule, Binang, Mabina, Bina, Esiminia Bet, you had a panefati, Habudura Kua, Ahatafati Ho. Hotel Horom. Kikuba, we got a king, Kikuba, we got a king, it's a water, Bube, Satsa, Bube, Ho. Hotel Horom. Gadinendize, Bema, Joana, Mabe, Mabeza, Hule, Bina, Esiminia Bet, you had a panefati, Habudura Kua, Ahatafati Ho. Hotel Horom. Nale bizo naka kitoro etwe kikisite mona kikisite daba aka haitaka joleka pofolo esta haita ha kikuba hulumate belona lilaslewa lemialuna kutela hage University Africa porangere lilaslewa lemialuna jole kutela hage si tsepe ya wotsebe empantsebe akitsebe ke se toto isite kelele abiyako hawo Bebe na upitiswa kusamamele hauna sebe para mlomu mamele nakaje wena ubese wa bese wana wajabe zawa nimeza ndio mamele le lati mande yalo na kikopale kutele haye kutela setso salo na hobane leleme le mathema lo ditatso ya manepe le tlalo kitotlo ntswe pono ke le ntswe pa le toro kahari na leti pelo le botle ba kgwebo kahari ba kosini nyako ba re harimo kena ke kahara le kwata tala kala hari akata ta tsama ya buke bula pele ha o kutle khokotho li o mmele yo re tsikatleo le khale le re dia fase le khakhatha re ntse re ema di papatha le wotla re thekesela mofuthu le monahano tshepo o ne sa lahlelwa ke tshepo mamello a sana mamello fela manene ya lona ka fitila hae ho ka le la lona ke la bogeleke jole di kopa ho ikota ke krete di kopa ho ikota ke krete o wa ntona ni toro di joro sana di joro ile joro fela ya badi tororo samadi ya perono lahu reketa ku atuzu putile basoho aleketa ibabana basereza echera dolo haisebete jwalo umpokile enata baneriko ile pile bana ka diletsa ha diketo hifetile unomala ka bogabani bututolo bokheteke utsepile le kitsama di kota ba lu betsa ba di se kholo we wota we betsa mani ya ba bophele o kitoro nyala ka soba ka dunya sisa ke mo ko na halo ke lo ko di mama melo bo khulu bo khekhe bana belo ba weletse ba ula nya ma o tsa ma ya bufi ako buhle ke o shawle mo ro khathetse fela ke ba ho ipotla ke qete bana beso khujala maleme ya lona khujala
My plakkaat sê Afrikaans laatlam van 'n waardige Afrika familie. Nou julle weet hoe se laatlam. Dis die laaste een wat gebore word 10 jaar of 15 jaar na die volgende broer of suster. En daai laatlam is partykeer die wit broodjie en ander keer die swart skaap. Maar een ding kan ek vir julle sê, die laatlam is altyd parmantig. En ek hoop julle sal geniet wat die laatlam vandag vir julle te sê het. Hallo prof. Goeiemôre dokter, hoe's dit? Afreg? Ek lees eers vir julle ietsie, al my woorde kom van Philip de Vos af, maar ek lees eers vir julle ietsie baie, baie parmantig. Jan Fourie is vir 'n vale opgevrede deur kannibale. Niere, spiere en ook, naamlik, goeders iets wat onbetaamlik. Nou moet julle lag. Die volgende woorde van Philip de Vos is ook pret, maar dit praat die waarheid nie net oor Afrikaans nie, maar oor al die tale wat iewers diep in iemand se hart lê. Ons oupa het 'n boom geplant. Nou is dit yslik groot. Voël sing in sy takke al is ons oupa dood. Elke seisie het sy wysie, elke pierewiet sy lied. Sonder rippel, sonder trippel raak die oggendlied verniet. Selfs 'n kriekie het 'n liedjie met polsing in sy bas. Sonder rippel word dit krippel en 'n blote kraai gekras. Elke voeltjie het sy lied. Hadida of kokkewiet. Of dit fraai of voelgoor of gek is, jy moet sing soos jy gebek is. Ek gee vir jou 'n roekoduif en 'n pierewiet se lied. Ek gee vir jou die wysies wat die môreson my bied. En hierdie sangkombersie sal ek saggies om jou vou. En as jy strakkies luister, sal jy hierdie dag onthou. Afrikane, landgenote, roer julle alies, lig julle pote. Julle het 'n taal. Julle het 'n taal wat goed verpraat is. Praat hom nou, voor dit te laat is.
Sisi we malungelo, afundiswa nebu
Come on!
Now take your time and we applaud like this. And here at Unisa, we must start to learn sign language at university.
Wow. That was electrifying, right? Let's give them a big hand once again. Let's say thank you to the following artists. For Sesotho sa Leboa e beile praise poet wa Mohananwa Buntle. isiZulu bokuyimbongi yosizi. English we had Conrad Bodin. I think I pronounced the surname correctly, Bodin. IsiNdebele Gembe the poet. Sesotho explosive Tisezo. IsiXhosa Zizikazi Gafakate. Afrikaans Marianne Fessor. IsiSwati Pindile the poet. Setswana Buikanyo Ramukhuelelo. I almost thought, he almost gave me a fright there. I thought it was Ntate Solimoholo. I said, hey. Yeah. Chivenda, we had Venda Boy poet. Shitsonga, Bahlele Babuya, Ibana, Tatani, Mohananwa Buntle. Then the last one, we had that beautiful signing. So we're going to do this. I know this is not part of the program, but I'm just throwing it in. I want to mention, each language that I mentioned, right? You are going to tell me one song that you know that represents that language. For instance, give me an example quickly. I just want to give you an example. Okay, let's say we say Sepedi, right? Then you are going to say, unanimously, anyone can just say whatever they say. If one other name comes to head, you can say that one. If another name comes to your head, you can say it. But we just want to see how well you know the artists that represent that particular language. We understand each other? Okay, cool. I don't need to give that example then. So we'll start Sesotho sa Leboa. What song represents Sesotho sa Leboa? Ingi? Oh, okay, cool. We've got one Homu, Jonas Gwangwa, Homu, Kiona Homu, ne? Homu. I would have said Zodio, but it's okay. We can go with Homu. Isizulu. Sheshan phela masinya masizweni ukuthi ingoma esizulu eqhamukayo ke kuba yini ekhanda lakho kuvelana lepala kanjalo njena khona imbizo sihlale sibizwe emakhosini okay yewe kilifile yona okay ipadile English song that comes to mind. You have to be quicker than this. There comes a time when we hear Satan, there are so many English songs. How about you? What comes to mind? Bohemian Rhapsody. Freddie Mercury there, right? And Queen. Oh, beautiful. Okay. I wouldn't have thought of that one. Too deep. Okay. Isindebele. Isindebele song. Come, Isindebele. I wish I could be of assistance here. Who sings that song? Unotembi. Okay, good. Isindebele, well represented. Sesotho? Sanere. Which one? Oh, yeah. Another one that would have come to my mind is Hotata Uba Munna. Okay, cool. Okay. We are moving swiftly. Is Xhosa? Loliwe. Okay, Loliwe. Africans? Trombi and the books and that. Come, African song. What? Okay, good. Okay, we can go with that one. Who sings that song? Okay. Okay. Isiswati, quick. Isiswati. Tick, 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 tick. Who sang that tick, tick song? Yes, no. Okay. And then Setswana. Who do we have for Setswana? Kulenyane. Who do we have? Okay, cultural spears. Okay, Kulenyane, it's okay. Then Chivenda. Who do we have for Chivenda? Oh, Ninga Jamba na Fedza Negana. Oh, Nadagara. That counts for a Venda song, doesn't it? Okay. Shitsonga, what do we have for Shitsonga? It's Ama Ikurula. Who sings that one? Thomas Chauke. Oh, yeah. Oh, Signori, Thomas Chauke. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Oh, someone is calling me. Can't they see that I'm the MC here? So, okay, sign language. If you get this one, I'm giving you this phone. If you know any musician who sings a popular sign language song, and don't give them any clues, right? You have inside information, you.
said who?
She mentioned someone, but oh, okay. Who did you mention? We just want to find out if that name does exist in real life. You said Mossad. Do you know that person? No, we Anyone who wants to give it a go? Okay, all right. But
don't really have.
yeah, yes, but we could have though, right? Maybe poetry, doing something. It's possible, right? Okay. Thank you so much for including that as well. I almost just skipped through it, and it wouldn't have been good. It would have been such a travesty. So. Gona ba nong se re tlilong go se gopela go tlilo ba le presentation, artist presentation ya language policy ya Unisa, University of South Africa. A ke re bone di performance ge di be di le fa jwale go tlilo ba le presentation ya this policy. It's going to be another creative piece. So let's take this opportunity and welcome the artists. Let's give them a big round of applause. So we are going to call upon the Multilanguage Policy Committee to receive the copies. Rakhadi J. Posa, Rakhadi Mjindi, Rakhadi S. van der Merwe, Ntate M. Chauke, le Ntate S. Mahlangu.
The Unisa Multilingual Policy Implementation Committee from the DLS, Rakhadi Decolonization,
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the striking moment, a very important moment that will tell us and begin the milestone that we want to create. It is the moment when all the language policies, the language policy of the university is translated in all South African languages. So this is the moment in its entirety for the serious moment that it has taken to implement the language policy. Remember, the language policy is the nerve center of Africanization. In multilingualism itself is the nerve center itself of Africanization. So the key point is we are going to call all the forces that are in our veins, that forms who we are, and we're starting by apologizing that problematic. Apologizing for having ignored the languages that gives us life. We are basically, it's a mark of saying we are sorry. It's a mark of saying we are sorry. We want all the spirit defined by all the 12 languages that we've got to come out of where they were, where we put them aside, and come to the fore to give us the power, the energy. The power and the energy. I like the German concept, chutzpah. The chutzpah that we need, because it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be difficult either. It depends on our commitment to make this thing happen and to make sure that we bring Africanization to the fore. Colleagues will present this, I would sign. I'm signing this on behalf of my bosses because they are not here. So that the signature that adheres to is basically confirmed by you all that I didn't usurp the positions of my super and my superior. So I'm going to sign it on behalf of the institution, on behalf of my bosses and my supervisors, to indicate that we are officially launching the language policy. Hence, it is written in all the languages. So all the spirit, the super force, defined by all the languages, we are not going to call that to come to the fore. Obviously, there will be some stamping, celebration that will come there, and then it will be celebrated throughout. If could assist me with putting them here, I'll sign each one of those, and then what is going to happen is that we do have copies. I think there's 6 even for each and every language. There's going to be a copy for the super boss, which is the VC, the vice chancellor. There's going to be another copies, 5 of them, that goes to the vice principal. The vice principal is reporting to the VC, so it's the second leg. And then there's going to be the other one for the ED, which is There's going to be another 5 that goes to yours truly's office. And there's going to be another one that goes to Rahadi Makatukuno, which is this. There's another 5 copies that is going to go to the governor, which is DCET. Those are our fellow directors within our department, and we want to honor them for having been part of this, and so that they can be able to implement the policy with earnest. So I am going to give it to Rahadi.
Ntate Munareng, maybe before, would it be appropriate of me to request all and sundry to stand up? Because the ululation and the celebration is unlikely to happen to its fullest momentum if everyone else is seated. Maybe if we can all stand up so that we can... So when we are seated, we get to be restrained. Huh? Okay. Yeah, this indeed is a groundbreaking moment. Trailblazing, if you ask me. Some signature, some signing happening there. Just saw a signature. Again. There's another signature. This is the beginning of a groundbreaking moment that will forever be engraved into the books of history.
You want us to come this side for the background?
Okay.
So I'm signing on behalf of my bosses. I'm not taking anybody's position. Thanks for one.
So how many down, how many to go? No.
So, signing is a problem.
Almost done. We may start preparing our voices for the mother of all ululations. Mr. Gitaman, it's okay to give it some volume if you feel like. That would get us get up.
Ladies and gentlemen, officially, all the documents have been signed and we can safely say, let us all celebrate because this is now officially policy. Now, yeah. I think it's yeah. Oh, okay. Oh yeah. A unique form of celebration, yeah? I love it, I love it, I love it. And it's only befitting that we need to call the man who has just attached his multi-million rand signature to this policy. I can tell his hand must really be hurting now. I mean, this was a big pile of documents. Tatem Naring.
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, policy ya rena ya University ya Johannesburg ithekgotšwe. Our language policy is officially launched. It is officially launched. The choir is going to give us live performance. That is, MC, I shouldn't take your position. I can just round it so that I don't come back again. I wanted to come and just make a commitment to it.
Okay, after the
performance.
Okay.
I think that's how the program.
Oh, I thought. Oh,
And it's checking of it's going to come out.
Okay, let's say there.
You want to put it in the side?
Because now
Yeah,
that's artist jointly.
Yeah,
Then Babel performer, the mobile performer. Le Ragadi, oh, okay. Oh, then because of it's okay. Let's give our artists a big round of applause. They deserve it.
Thank you.
Just take us through your apologies. You will look at this one. Or when I that's the first one. Oh, beautiful song. Yes. Tanzania. Your favorite? Very important to know these songs. Don't be like this person. I'll tell you about this person. Legend tells of the story of the piano maestro. Stevie Wonder. You know the blind piano maestro? He was in the Philippines, right? He was performing in Milan. Is it Milan or Milan? What's the capital city of the Philippines? It's Milan, right? Milan? Milan? Okay, in that place. He was performing there. So he had just finished performing his master blaster song called Subdue. So everyone went crazy when the singer, the Filipino, we love you. Then suddenly one Filipino guy stood up and said, "Hey, Stevie Wonder, can you play a jazz chord?" And he thought, maybe this fellow just wants to hear something jazzy. So he started playing something jazzy on his piano. Crowd went ballistic, went even crazier than before. Guy stood up again and said, "Hey, Stevie Wonder, could you play us a jazz chord?" Now the blind maestro was becoming confused. Said, "How the hell a jazz song as such?" But well, improvise something. So improvised once again, something jazzy. Okay, no, hey, there was euphoria in the hall. People were crazy. But the short Filipino guy stood up and said, after he had played, said, "Hey, Stevie Wonder, please play us a good song, a jazz chord." And Stevie Wonder thought to himself, a jazz chord? Look, man, I just played you 3 jazz tunes. Do you mind playing me or singing or humming that jazz chord for me, man? The guy said, "Yeah, it's a famous song of Stevie Wonder. I'll sing it for you." And he stood up, and Stevie Wonder was listening because he doesn't even have a song that's called a jazz chord. And the guy said, "A jazz chord." That's why it's very important to know people's songs, because when you want to make a request, you need to know exactly what you're asking for. So without any further ado, we are really at the tail end of the program. We are going to call upon kwa pele re tle re tsebe gore ga nnete go sona goba ba ba dira tsela tsa the executive order ya Trump. You still remember that signature that Donald Trump when he was signing at the Oval Office. So this was not the Oval Office signature, something different. And this is historical. Dr. Nari?
I can see that all is agreement. Enjoy the music quite well. To be clear on the quality of the remarks, as I've said, we have got a day of response to the absolutely constitution for the coming up until 2030, so that we could be able to monitor and see if we are keeping the promise that we made. That's basically what I wanted to say in the community.
One of the things that were mentioned was that the dogs are leashed. That's where you are in general very skeletal. But at the same time, when we finish, we need to have both of thanks. That's where you know our value. The guy was up on its own. Tlokomela rakgadi Kulumagadi ke bona ba le tsamaelang a ba le tsamaelang oh ka ba kana re ka fa di tsela tsana okay all right pele bona rakgadi Kulumagadi ba ba rona le dimpho ke pedi tsa tse di ba ka fana ka tsona a sa sepela ke mo going cases of one of them. First, if we want to give it to our guest speaker, that they will take, we will please kindly come forward.
Thanks very much for taking your time and to be with us and to the lesson that you provided us. May the good superforce grant you more blessings and that when we call you again, you'll come and give us. This is a token of appreciation for your presence here, and you take it and put it under the ruler tree or whatever tree and throw in some snack and African beer and tell the ancestors that you have gotten this from South Africa and from this person. Thank you.
Thank you. The next recipients will be none other than our very program director, Tate Bacha. Most of you probably know him as Media Mana.
Here's a call, here's a call. Come on, come on. What is it? Rakadi Makati. So, what was it? Take a lot of
And the next gift will go to Mr. Muckleneuk from the National SRC, who will be after others. Make sure that in your executive meetings you spread the news of the importance of multilingualism and language services. Make sure that when we implement it, you also going to be implementing it in your strategies so that it becomes wholesome. I would be placing you by taking that much. Thank you so much, Doc. The next recipient will be Tanya Mlapo of the Regional SRC Chairperson. Before